So we'll be starting momentarily. We're going to be making goblets today, fancy Italian-style goblets. Just give you a brief introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. So if you look on a big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what they look like inside. So each one has a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees, and at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. We want to get it out to make stuff. We take one of those steel pipes, and we dip it into the melted glass like you're dipping into a big jar of honey. So you dip it in, twirl it around, a little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. Pipe is hollow, so when you blow, ball of glass blows up like a balloon. It's really pretty simple. Once you get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping we can while it's still hot and soft. And then when it starts to get stiff, we go to the second type of furnace. And that's called the glory hole. The glory holes are the round guys with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening glass while we're working. So if you think about the glass like wax, you know how when you get wax hot, it gets soft, but fairly quickly it starts to get stiff again. Glass is the same way. So we do whatever shaping we can, blowing while it's soft, and then when it starts to get stiff, we go back to the glory hole. All the glass that's in those furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy colored glass in various forms, and we coat our clear glass with colored glass. So if I was going to make an orange bowl, I would blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace, heat up a chunk of orange, and then I'd melt a layer of orange glass over the clear glass. Now, in the big factory, we're going to make everything the same color. Then they'll melt the colored glass in the big furnace and just dip into it. But then, if it's filled with blue, they can only make blue things. So here, we're a bunch of artsy-fartsies, and we want to make a red thing, then a blue thing, then a green thing. So we coat each piece individually with a colored glass, and that way we can have any color we want, anytime we want. So over on that pedestal, you can see some of the goblets that we've made. We make some pretty fancy ones. Check that out. So this is all made completely by hand and eye. No molds involved, just skill. So the team that you're going to see blowing today are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. Tall guy with the glass right now, that's Ben Cobb. Sarah Gilbert on the broom, although she's an excellent glass blower, but that also involves working the broom. And Gabe Feenan standing up with a black hat. So these guys are all super skilled glass blowers, at least 20 years apiece making glass. So you're in the hands of professionals. Do you guys have any questions? Oh, good. So right now, Ben's just cleaning his tools. We use wax to lubricate some of the tools, but sometimes the wax gets on other tools where we don't want it. And so, like those shears, we'll just pull out a piece of hot glass, cut the hot glass, and then the wax burns away. So that's not one of his sculptures. So often, when we want to make a bunch of things the same color or pattern, let's say we're making a set of cups like that. So, in order to get the color uniform and matching on all the different ones, what we do is we make a long tube with the color of the pattern, and then we chop it up into sort of things like this. And then, so it starts out like this, big long tube, chop it up into little individual ones like this, and then we can use one of these for each matching glass. So we'd have a little blue-green, we have a little smaller blue-green thing for the foot, a little bigger one for the bowl, and then we put them in this oven over here. Are you going to MC?
Yeah, I don't know. Are you here to fill in? Am I going up?
No, no, there was no one here, so I was filling in until you got here. But I will.
Finish, no rush.
No, 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 I'm not, yeah, so we put these little guys, they're called supio, into the oven there, keep them warm, stick one on a pipe, make a part, stick one on a pipe, make a part. So you'll see they'll come out, they'll have one stuck to the end. That's already pre-made. Okay, I'm going to turn you over to Michelle, our MC.
Hello, hello. So, hello everyone. Welcome to the Hot Shop. My name is Michelle. I will be your MC for the day. So, today we are making goblets for the Red Hot event in the end of the year. The end of the year sometime. September. It is in September. Now we are on the first one. Currently, we are flashing it, so we are bringing it back up to temperature to begin to work with it a little bit more. We have Sarah holding a paddle. Ben is sitting at the bench. So Sarah was using that paddle to help give a flat surface and also help block that heat from reaching Ben's arm. I will start with the piece of equipment we're at to explain, give you a brief little overview over the whole process that goes on here. Ben just left what is called the glory hole. This is a reheating chamber. Now it is just used to reheat the glass. Now it sits at 2300 degrees, so it is nice and toasty in there. It is also powered by natural gas and forced air. Now, before we even got to the glory hole where we see Sarah behind her, that is the furnace. There are two furnaces on our floor. They are these large metal tanks. On the inside, there's a ceramic pot. Now, they do run 24/7. They're on at 2 a.m. They're on at 3 in the afternoon. They're going to be on when we all go home and have dinner tonight. It is also powered by natural gas and forced air, and each of them can hold approximately 1,000 pounds of molten glass. So how they begin the process of creating almost any piece is we take a blowpipe. It is a hollow steel rod. They will dip it into the furnace. They will pick up a small gather on the end of that and blow up a bubble kind of about the size of a balloon. And about that point, that is when we will add color. We can do this many different ways. We can use color bar, which I have in my hand. It's just a colored glass bar. Now, if you crumble this up, that is what we call frit. It reminds me of those aquarium pebbles, those neon aquarium pebbles we've probably had in a fish tank at some point in our life. If you take the concept of frit a little farther and you completely squash and compress it down, it's going to turn into powder. And that is another way we color glass, with color powder. Now we are making goblets. Can we see the goblet slide to show all the parts and pieces? There's a few different parts. You have the bowl, which is the one we're probably the most familiar with. That's what we drink out of. The piece below it is the ovolio. This is what holds the optic ball or some of the middle pieces before we get to the stem. And then there's the foot. So really the most essential pieces are the bowl, the ovolio, a stem, and a foot. Glass is a little bit like people. We have feet and arms and shoulders as well. Now there is a glory hole behind me, the one that we see Gabe, that is who is standing over there. It is the same. It might be a little bit different size doors. It's the same temp. It does the same thing. Now we have created a few other parts, and they are currently parked in the garage. That is this big silver square piece of equipment. We do temporarily park things in there until we need them. There's a cold side and a hot side, so it will maintain the glass's temperature, but not so much that it's going to melt, and not so cool that it's going to break. So the table that we see Gabe at, this is called the marving table. He is marving. So as the glass comes into contact with the surface of the steel, it starts to cool and there's heat pulled out from that. Now, the reason we are doing this is, as he begins to blow more air into this, glass likes to follow the hottest place. So if we want one area more cool and one more hot, as we begin to blow air into that, the hotter area is what we want to expand, and that is where we want the bubble to be the most prominent. And if we have any questions, please feel free to raise your hand and I would love to answer them. Now the tool that we see on screen, this is called a jack. Now, when you squeeze them together, they're the opposite of what happens when you squeeze tongs or tweezers together. They create a flat surface. So the reason he was, squeezing in a little pinched point into our bubble, that is called a jack line. It is a line of tension. Now, eventually, we're going to have to flip this bubble around and work with the other half, and that is going to come into play later. That point, that jack line we just created, is where we're going to remove this from the blowpipe. So this is going to be another cup for our glass. And if you are just joining us, we are making goblets. Now we are adding the Avolio. So this is where we're eventually going to attach the other pieces for the bottom portion of our goblet. Now, if you've been watching, you're going to notice that the glass we've just added is orange. That is not because it is the color orange. It is due to thermal energy, and it is just that hot. So glass needs to be at a minimum of 1,000 degrees to be worked with. So Sarah is paddling and Ben is continuing to turn that blowpipe. It is important that we continue to turn the blowpipe as we are working with it. That glass is hot, so hot that if we just held it in one position and didn't move it, it's going to fall off. But if we spin it too fast when the glass is hot, it's going to start to flail around. So there's a way to go about it. Now we did miss the color, so why don't we do the color overlay video, and I'll give you a little quick visual on how we did that. Can we play our color overlay, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So that was the beginning, and now we are here. And what we are doing now is, remember we just talked about that jack line? So we have already transferred this piece. So someone went in, attached a secondary rod to the avolial, to the open end of our goblet. And along that jack line, we had applied some water, gave it a little tap. It was broken off the blowpipe and on a new rod. And that is where we are at now. Ben had pulled a little bit of the extra glass. That glass is a little thicker where it's left on the blowpipe side. So we trimmed a little extra, and now we are beginning to open up the cup portion of our goblet. Now, it may look like Ben is kind of forcing this to shape, but it is not so. As he's holding the jacks, what is really shaping it is he's holding it in one position, and the turn of the blowpipe is what is actually moving the glass itself. Now, the outside temperature of glass is always going to be a little cooler than the inside, so think of it as kind of like taffy or pulling. Yeah, pulling taffy is my explanation for the longer it's out of the heat. When it does first come out, though, it is almost exactly like honey. Now, I believe what we're doing is just having a couple cups on the ready so we can just fast pace all of the stems and the feet and the other parts we're going to need later. And this is the garage. If you are just joining us, Gabe just put the cup away. Now, this is going to maintain the temperature of this piece. It's hot enough that it's ready to go, not so hot it's going to melt, and it's not so cool in there that it's going to break. Now, I say that because there are actually two sides in the garage. There is a hot side and a cold side. Now, on the colder side, you can actually let certain pieces cool down. And if you are just joining us, thank you. We are making goblets today for the Red Hot auction in September. And I believe on screen, Gabe is beginning to work on the next pieces for the bottom portion of our goblets. So it is going to be making cups for a little bit, and then we are going to begin to assemble the rest of the goblets. So what we're going to see for the time being is just the cup portion, and all these beautiful pieces at the bottom we are going to do later on. And if you are just joining us, my name is Michelle. I will be your MC for the afternoon. And if you have any questions, please feel free to raise your hand. I will give you a quick little snippet of how we got here and how this whole process works. Now, this large silver tank behind me is called the furnace. Now, there are two on the floor. The other one is kind of behind the garage. Now, the furnace is where all of our glass comes from. It sits at 2100 degrees. It is super hot in there, and it really does run 24/7. It is on at 2 a.m., it's on at 3 p.m., it's on at 11 a.m., it's on all the time. And each of these tanks can hold approximately 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and all of the glass we start with is clear. Now, what the artists do is they take a blowpipe, similar to exactly like what Ben is using right now at this table. They will dip it into the furnace. Now, glass does have a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself. They will create a small gather, blow a tiny bubble that looks similar to a balloon. We might add some color at this point, and that is the beginning of the furnace gather. Now, once we have this, we need to maintain the temperature of the glass. It's really important. If it's not hot enough, it's going to break, and nobody wants that. So then we get to the glory hole. That is that really hot-looking piece of equipment behind me. Now, there is no glass in here unless we're reheating it, of course. It's a little hotter than the furnace at 2300 degrees, and both pieces of equipment are powered by natural gas and forced air. So right now, he's just removing a little bit of glass that we're not going to want. He's also creating a jack line. The tool in his hands, these are called jacks. Actually, can we pull up the jack slide? Now this is the side view, and when you squeeze them together, they create a flat surface. So the reverse of squeezing a pair of tongs or tweezers together. So as Ben is squeezing in this jack line, this is creating a line of tension, and eventually when we need to flip the cup shape around, that is where we're going to do it. So glass is a little backwards. The lip of the cup is what is currently attached to the blowpipe, and the bottom portion, where we attach the stem and other pieces, is what is exposed and on the outside of the blowpipe right now. Now we make a lot, and I mean a lot, of pieces of glass every day. So that means we are constantly taking glass out of our furnace, and we do need to fill that from time to time. Now when we do this is called charging the furnace. And why don't we see the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So what we just added is my favorite word in glass that is called the avolio. Can we see the goblet slide again? So we have made a few cups already, and each of them has had the avolio attached to it. Our next process, though, is we are going to begin to put together the bottom portion of our goblet. So these optic balls, the stems, and all of the feet that are going to go on. If you are just joining us, thank you. My name is Michelle. I will be your MC for the day. We are making goblets right now. We have already made a few different cups, the portion that you will put the liquid in, and we've also made a little piece underneath it called the avolio. That is where we're going to attach all the other little pieces on the bottom half of our goblet. And if you have any questions, please feel free to raise your hand. I would love to answer them. So right now, Ben is opening up the lip portion of our goblet. The glass is a little thicker on this side. It was just on a blowpipe. How long does it take a person to become proficient in glass blowing? So Gabe is in the black hat and facing us. Now, I think the explanation he gave is one of my favorites I've heard so far. It is like playing an instrument. Some of us can be really good at it really fast or take 30 years to be really good at it, and some of us can play it for our entire life. And, you know, if we ask mom how we are, she's going to give us the most loving mom answer, it's great. Great, honey. Wonderful, even if that's not true. There are a few different ways to get into glass, though. You can become an apprentice. You can go to college to do it. But yeah, some people can work with it their whole lives, and it's about the same as day one. And other people, it's It's their groove. It's something that they master over time. There is some strength involved. So the other question was, do you need to be strong to be a glass blower? So if we are familiar with the concept of simple machines, now the lever comes into play with the blowpipe. So for every foot away from the blowpipe you go, the weight doubles. So a few days ago, we had an artist come in, and some of the pieces were about 45 pounds. And I feel like the blowpipe is about 4 feet. So every foot, double 45. And the blowpipe that they were using was about 12 to 15 pounds. That's not every piece we make, but I think it might help a little bit if you've got some strength in there. So the silver one right here. Question was, what is this machine? So this is called the garage. Do we have our, yeah, can we do a little zoom in on there? So what you don't see from behind it is there are two different sides. There's a hot side and a cold side. So we keep these cups that we've already made on the hot side. Now it's not so hot that it's going to melt back into a gather, and it's also not so cool that the glass is going to break. It's kind of like a Three Little Bears situation. It is just right. Now, a few of you did come in a little bit later, and I think none of you have seen how we apply color. There are a few different ways we can use a color bar, like I have in my hand. Now, someday I really hope I get to do this, but if you imagine if we got to smash this on the ground, that would be color frit. It looks like these, it reminds me of those neon pebbles in your aquarium. We've all probably seen it one time. If you take that a step farther, it turns into powder, and this is color powder. But today we are using, you know what? I'm going to be honest. I'm not sure, but you're going to see how we apply color with color bar. So this is called color overlay. Can we please see our color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So we briefly went over frit. Now, if we can get a little a little zoomy zoom in on our color frit bowls on our marving table. That is frit in that bowl. Now for the cup, we've used color bar, and for the foot, glass has body parts too. We're a little similar sometimes. We are using color frit. What's in that bowl? The colored frit. I believe this is the optic piece. Can we see the slide of the goblet again? Optic ball. We are making the optic ball right now. Now what we missed is, you can probably all hear that clicking. That is because Ben had dipped this into a optic mold. Can we pull up the optic mold slide? So this is what gave us that sound we were listening to as he places the bubble into the mold. He blows into it, and it gives us these ridges, that shape we're seeing. So this is the stem. So Gabe is at the first bench over here preparing the foot. So Gabe is dropping the foot onto our stem. Now it looks like a raindrop right now, but we are going to open it up and it will look a lot more like a foot. Now, if you've been watching, it is really important that we are continuing to turn the blowpipe the entire time we are working with the glass. It is so hot if we just hold it in one position, it's gonna flop off. But if we spin it too fast and the glass is super hot, it's gonna start flailing around. So there's a nice middle ground there. Ben is going to go in for another flash, and Gabe is grabbing the cup portion of the goblet out of the garage. Now, Sarah did just go in for a gather. Now, this is a punty. The piece of glass on the end of the rod she has is called a punty. It means to bridge. Now she's going to attach this to the bottom of our foot, and then we're going to break the foot off from the blowpipe that it is on. So we've now transferred it, and this is ready for us to attach the cup. So this piece of glass is going to help glue our cup. And we now have a complete goblet. Now we're going to flash this a few more times, and when we're finished, we're not exactly just going to pop it on my stool and call it a day. It will cool down, but it is going to quickly break as well. If glass cools too fastly, it suffers from thermal shock. So we put these pieces in the annealing oven, and we have quite a few on the floor, and I believe today we are going to the one on your right. It is that giant black square piece of equipment that's tucked under the walkway. So there, all these pieces will sit for, on average, about 24 hours, and they will just slowly cool down. So Ben is adding some water to that connection point that is creating some stress fractures. Then we'll give it a little tap, and it will be free. Let's give our team a hand. Now, if you missed anything, we are going to do it again. We have a couple of cups in the garage ready to go. So if you are just joining us, thank you so much. My name is Michelle. I will be your MC for the day. We are currently working on goblets for the Red Hot event in September. Now we will auction off these pieces. Now earlier we made quite a few cups, so that way we can quickly create the bottom half of our goblets. And where we see more tops. So we are going to create a few more cups. And why don't we show our goblet slide? So we're going to make the bowl and the Avolio portion, and then we will park them in that garage until we are ready to continue with the bottom half. Hello. Is it easy for you to grab the past red hot picture? Yeah. So these are some previous red hot decanters and goblets. And welcome, everyone. We are making goblets today. Now, if you have any questions, please feel free to raise your hand. My name is Michelle. So the Red Hot event is the big auction we do towards the end of the year. It's here. I need to find out the exact date in September. Now we're a little bit in the middle of our piece, but why don't we start at the beginning? So it all starts in our furnace. We have two on the floor. These two silver drums. Now they both run 24/7, and I really, really mean that. They're on at 2 a.m., they're on at 1 a.m. or 1 p.m., they're on all the time. And each can contain approximately 8,000 pounds of molten glass. And all of the glass, by the way, is clear. We add color a little bit later. Now what we do is the artists take a blowpipe, they dip it into the furnace. Now glass does have a certain level of viscosity which allows it to adhere to itself. And from our small little gather we blow a bubble which looks like a small balloon. At that point is when we will add some color through color bar, color frit, color powder. And glass needs to maintain a really hot temperature. It needs to be at least 1,000 degrees to be worked with, which leads us to this really hot looking piece of equipment behind me. This is called the glory hole. Now it is just used to reheat the glass. And it sits a little hotter than the furnace. It's 2,300 degrees. And you will see us periodically go in and out of there to flash or reheat our pieces. And how we got to where we are right now is we started with that small bubble. Now with the cup portion, we have been using color bar, which I have one in my hand. This is just a colored bar of glass that we get nice and hot. To show you, why don't we play, So Gabe has just attached what is called a punty. Now that small piece of glass on the end is the punty. This means to bridge. And the reason we did this is the portion of the piece that was still attached to the blowpipe, when we break that off, that little hole that is left behind is going to become the lip of the goblet. But now back to color overlay. Can we see our color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So we are flashing this again, and Ben was beginning to open up the cup portion. Now the tool he has in his hand, these are called jacks. They do create a flat surface when they are squeezed together. where are... Well, hello, my Camp Connection friends. I knew you were coming today. So guess what I have for one of you? A museum of glass hats. So I'm going to go over some information and tell you what we do down here, and I'm going to ask you a question a little bit later, and whoever gets it right and raises their hand first gets a new hat to take home. So my name is Michelle, and if you guys have any questions, please feel free to raise your hand. At one point, I might even just go up there and sit in the middle and be able to answer all of your questions. I will start at the beginning of this whole process, and what we're making today are goblets. They're going to look similar to the ones to your left and my right. Now, we are making these because there is an event in September that is a really, really big fundraiser for us at the museum. Now, right now, we are reheating what we're working with in this piece of equipment, but before we got to there, this big silver tank over there, that is called the furnace. Now, there are two on the floor. There's another one on the other side of the hot shop floor. Now, it is 2,100 degrees in there. That is more than twice as hot as your oven is ever going to get at home. That's like 4 times as hot as your oven. And it runs 24/7. So it's going to be on when you're in bed. It's going to be on when you wake up tomorrow morning. It's going to be on Monday morning at 3 in the afternoon. And each of these can hold approximately 1,000 pounds of molten glass. And how this whole process works is our artists take a blowpipe, which is a solid steel rod. They dip it into the furnace. Now, hot glass is very similar to honey when it comes out, and it likes to stick to itself. So they will dip our blowpipe into the furnace. They'll have a small little gather of glass on the end, and they will blow a bubble that looks similar to a balloon. That is when we will add our color. Today, we're doing 2 different ways. We're using a color bar. So we'll get a color bar nice and hot, drop it over that clear bubble we start with, cover it with the clear, or the color, then put another layer of clear over the top of that. But that's just for the cup. For the bottom half, the foot, we've been using what's called frit. Now, could we get a little zoom in on the frit bowls on the marving table? So these bowls right in front of where Ben has the piece right now, it looks kind of like sand or rocks. That is pretty much crumbled up color bar, and it's called color frit. And once we add color and blow that bubble, we need to make sure that the glass is still nice and hot. Glass needs to be at least 1,000 degrees to be worked with. So then we will warm it up in this big hot piece of equipment behind me. This is called the glory hole. It is a reheating chamber, and it is 2,300 degrees. So it's a little bit hotter than the furnace where our glass comes from. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. If you are just joining us, my name is Michelle, by the way. I am your MC for the day. Now we are just starting on another goblet. We're making goblets for the Red Hot fundraiser event in September. It is a big deal for us. And where we are at right at this moment, the lip of the glass is what is currently attached to the blowpipe. And the bottom is what is on the outermost portion. Now eventually we're going to add a small piece of glass underneath there. And once we do that, we will put it into the garage and it will sit and be nice and cozy until it's time to create the other components of our glass, or our goblet. And if we have any questions, please feel free to raise your hand and I would love to answer them. So we've just created what is called the avolio. Can we show a slide of the goblet, please? So these are the different parts that go into creating a goblet. Now right now we are just making the bowl and the avolio, and we will put this away in our garage. It is this piece of equipment right here. How do we get the color into glass? So shortly after we take a gather from the furnace, we start with that small bubble. That is when we will take either a color bar like this, or we have color frit on the table over here. Can we actually show the color frit slide? So to me, color frit is like a crumbled version of color bar. I usually will roll the bubble in the frit. With the color bar, though, we will get it nice and hot and gooey and drop it over that clear bubble and cover our clear bubble with the color bar. And all of the glass is clear when it comes out of the furnace, by the way. Where does the glass come from before it comes to us? North Carolina and Germany. I always mix the two up, but we get the clear from one place and the color from the other. So what we are seeing now, Ben just trimmed a little bit of extra glass, and that opening is now the lip of our goblet. Clear home. Color. So our clear comes from North Carolina, and the colored glass comes from Germany. It happens a lot. So we do have to fill the furnace eventually, right? We pull a lot of glass out of it all day. Now, when we refill this is called charging the furnace. And I have a video for that. Can we play our charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Now, where we see Gabe, this is the furnace. So if you are just joining us, this is where everything starts. Now, our furnace stays on 24/7, and we have two, and each can contain 1,000 pounds of molten glass. And it sits at 2,100 degrees. Now, where we see Gabe right now, this is called the glory hole. It is used to reheat the glass. It's a little hotter than where it begins. It is 2,300 degrees in there, and it is just used to reheat the glass. That is not where it comes from. So Gabe dipped into our furnace, has a small gather. We have a little bubble going on. We are reheating it right now. We did add some color frit. So it is the beginning of the stem. So what Ben is doing is he's dipped this into an optic mold. And if you can see all these really beautiful centerpieces, these are called optic balls. Can we see the optic mold slide? So as Ben dipped that bubble, he blew air into it, and it begins to retain that shape of that mold. And that's what gives us those really beautiful ridges. And why don't we pop up one more time our goblet slide? So if you are just joining us, we've made the bowl and the Evolio. That is parked in the garage. That is what this piece of equipment over here is called. Now this next piece is where we are going to attach our stem. We are going back in for another flash. Now remember, glass needs to be at least 1,000 degrees to be worked with. And if you have ever wondered, glass is as hot as lava. So Gabe is at our first bench preparing what's going to be the foot. I would like to let you all know, I know sometimes it's a little tiring on your behind to sit down. You are so much more than welcome to walk around the entirety of the hot shop. So it's about time for my Camp Connection friends to leave. So I'm going to ask you one question and play a video for you. Now this video is about a program called Kids Design Glass. And what you can do is you all can send in your drawings to us once a month until you are the age of 12. And once a month we pick out one photo. So I'm going to ask you one question. I'm going to let the team behind me finish something. and then I will play you our Kids Design Glass video. So, my friends, how hot does glass need to be? Yes. You know what? I do have 2 more stickers, though. So I'm going to think of 2 more questions. What is this called? You with the green sticker. Yes. Okay, one more time. It's not the furnace. I'll think of one more as we are beginning to put all the pieces of our goblet together. So Ben is about to open up the foot. Okay, which piece of equipment, and you can point after you raise your hand, where does the glass come from? Yep. What does it look like? Can you describe it? This one? Yes. You guys got one more chance. Okay, I want to think of a good one. Okay, this is a yes or a no question. Is the glass colored in the furnace? Pigtails. Okay, I'm gonna ask another one. I just answered that for you. I'm gonna ask one more because I answered this. So, okay, who remembers how hot the piece of equipment behind me is? You already raised your hand, but you were the first one. Okay, your hand's still up. 180? It's not 180. Not 36. Not 1,000. Not 38. How hot? Not 120. Nope. You've already got a hat. Nope. It's up in the thousands. You haven't answered it all yet. 2,000 is really close. Did you say 23? It's not 3,000. Not 1,000. Nope. It's more than 2,000 and less than 3,000. So hold on, my friends. We have finally put all the pieces of our goblet together. So we are going to flash this piece, and then when it is done, I'm going to explain this. I'm going to ask you a question from this information. So when we're done with this piece, we are going to stick this in the annealing oven. Now, this is 910 degrees, and the reason we need to anneal glass is if it cools off too quickly, it suffers from thermal shock and breaks. Now, it takes about 24 hours for most of these pieces to anneal, and they will probably be ready by this time tomorrow. So, how hot is the annealing oven? How much? How hot did I say this piece of equipment was? Let's give our artists a hand. Okay, you said a couple good numbers, so I'm going to ask the same one again. How hot is the glory hole? You in the back. Yes. So that's one sticker. Wait, I only gave away one sticker so far, didn't I? Two. You both get stickers. Okay. So, my friends, before you leave, I'm going to play this video just for you and let our artists get started on another goblet. Now, afterwards, I do have the application forms for Kids Design Glass for you. If you lose them for your teachers, your responsible adults, you can go online to Museum of Glass and print them out, and they are free. You can do this once a month until they are the age of 12, so there's lots of time to do this. Can we play our Kids Design Glass video?
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win them.
But,
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it? A cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special. The hat almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
bacon, baby.
All I see.
How's that for his arm? Fingers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it really brings it home and really shows that, you know, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
All right, my friends, your teacher has those applications. And it can be anything. I think last month's is my favorite. He's called the Purple Potty Eater. And where we are at right now, I believe we are warming up some color bar. This is one way we apply color to our glass. So at the first bench, what we are preparing is to make tubes. They will eventually be what I have in my hand. This is called a supio, or more commonly referred to on the floor as a blank. Now these start as, imagine this, but longer. And they will go through and squeeze in a jack line, break it off, and boom, you have one. And they will continue to do this down the length of the tube until we have a bunch of blanks ready to go. And these are eventually what will become the cup portion of our goblets. So it's a little easier to get these done first, and then you're ready to go because you have so many of these on hand. So it is a translucent white, and we are dropping a teal color or blue color over the top. Now that is how we arrived at these colors we are looking at. So Gabe is on screen at this first bench, and we are waiting to go back into the furnace. That is where all of our glass comes from. Our furnace sits at 2100 degrees. It is this big, large silver tank. Now we have added some color. All of that glass that we begin with is clear. Now we used color bar underneath is a opaque white, and we just dropped another blue color over the top. And we are making goblets similar to this one and the others on our table to my left. And these are going to be for the Red Hot fundraiser in September.
Generates a large portion of our budget year over year, our operating budget. So it's the largest fundraiser that we do annually, and every year we design a get them at red hot, right? It's a time that people come together and support the museum. You can buy tickets to it. It's dinner, art auction donated by regional, international, renowned artists. But that's our main generator of revenue for the year. Like, that's a really important thing. Like, kind of talking about that stuff today is like knowing how to fit that in there. Like the timing of everything on the floor. We're putting a goblet together, not necessarily time to play a video. It's time to say, look what's going on. Oh, you want to see the Kids Design Glass video? Let's watch what they're going to do, and then we'll get to it. Because that's the dead time, like starting the next piece. Like, this is the time to play video. Or this is the time to talk about upcoming events, like our visiting artists next week. You know, all that stuff. It's like, that's the kind of stuff that you have to pack into your brain over the course of figuring it out. And I think as you settle into, you know, a role as an MC, like, that's the kind of stuff that should become second nature, you know, and how to talk to the audience and the timing. Because that's, again, it's an important part, just so we can talk about what's coming up next. So somebody, maybe they're local, maybe they come back, you know.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Michelle. I am your MC for the afternoon. Now, currently what we are seeing on screen, we are creating a tube. So imagine what I have in my hand, but a much longer version. And as you can see, it's beginning to lengthen. Now, from this tube, we will create small little pieces like this called supios or blanks, and they are going to become the cup portion of the goblets we are making. Now, we are making goblets today for our Red Hot fundraiser, blah. Now, this is something we do annually, and this raises a lot of revenue for the museum. It is the biggest fundraiser of the year we do. Can we actually show some of the previous goblets we've created? Now, these are limited edition goblets and decanters, and we only make 50 of them. And if you are just joining us, you might have missed us add some color. But that was after we had to get the glass from somewhere, right? So this entire process began in our furnace. Now there are two on the floor. They are these large silver-looking tanks. Now, they each run 24/7. They are on at 2 a.m., they're on at 2 p.m., they're on at 1 a.m., they're on at 8 o'clock at night. They are on all the time. And they each contain approximately 1,000 pounds of molten glass. It sits at 2,100 degrees. And it is filled with clear glass. We add color later. Now, to get to adding our color, we take a blowpipe, dip it into the furnace, And once we have a small gather, we blow into that and create a tiny bubble of air. It looks similar to a small balloon. And once we have our bubble, we take a color bar. That's what we are using to color our tube right now. It is opaque white underneath and a blue on top. But we took one of these, got it nice and hot and gooey, dropped it onto our clear bubble, covered our clear bubble with the color, and then we added our teal blue. Now why don't we play our color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So the tool we see in Gabe's hand, these are called jacks. And as he is squeezing this little line, this is where we are going to remove our cup, our blank. Now, if we have any questions, please feel free to raise your hand. I would love to answer them. Now, if spending a little time with us has sparked your curiosity to create your own glass, we do have a slumping workshop that's going on tomorrow and Sunday. This is from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. And if you have not traveled through the whole museum yet, we did just put up the Maestro Barbini collection, which is wonderful. And I believe these turtles we're seeing are one of the first pieces you see when you walk through the gallery. And if you are just joining us, the reason we are making a tube, we are creating pieces like this called supios or cups or blanks, and they are eventually going to become the cup portion of goblets we are creating today. So it makes it just a little bit easier to have a lot of these ready to go. So all we have to do is start making the bottom half. Now, as we make all of these pieces throughout the day, we do have to refill the furnace at some point, right? Now, the process of adding glass to our furnace, this is called charging the furnace. So why don't we play our charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime or calcium oxide to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So on screen, we are coming into our last blank, our last cup. It's going to be the cup portion of our goblet. So right now what Ben is doing, Ben is seated at the bench. Sarah is blowing into the blowpipe. So the tool in Ben's hand, these are called jacks, and he is creating a jack line. This is a line of tension, and eventually where we're going to remove this piece from the blowpipe. So Sarah is adding what is called the avolio. Can we see the goblet slide? So the bowl and the avolio are going to be created first. Then we're going to place them in the garage and begin to work on the stem, the optic ball, and the foot. And once the bottom half is complete, we will bring both halves together and have a complete goblet. And I believe this might be our final goblet until it is lunchtime for us. Now what Sarah has in her hand, this is a wood paddle. This is to help create a nice flat surface. We will go in for a flash. So Sarah is preparing a punty. That glass on the end of that rod is called a punty, and it means to bridge. Now, where we see Ben has the jacks, that is where she's going to attach the punty. Then we are going to break this piece off of the blowpipe it is currently attached to. And now that hole that has been left behind from the blowpipe is where we're going to open this up, and that will now become the lip of our goblet. we just saw Ben use is a caliper, and that is to make sure that each of these cups is the same size. Now I see Sarah standing in front of the garage, so I believe it is time to finish the rest of our goblet. We will knock this off and park it in our garage until we're ready to use it. Now there are two sides to the garage. That is the piece of equipment Sarah just placed our cup in. One is a hot side and one is a cold side. So it keeps the pieces not warm enough to melt, but warm enough to be used again and not cool enough to break. So Gabe has just pulled out another cup. So we are going to create one more cup, or the top half of our goblets. And for those who have just joined us, can we show a slide of our goblet? So these are all the pieces that go into making a goblet, and what we are working with currently is the bowl portion. We're going to add, and we are going to add an avolio, and then we will put it away. Now where Ben is using the jacks, this is where eventually we're going to remove this from the blowpipe. This is called the jack line. It is a line of tension. And eventually that is the lip of our goblet. So that was the rest of what is going to become the Avolio. Can we see the goblet slide again to show what that is? Thank you. So on the end of Gabe's rod, this piece of glass is called a punty, which means to bridge. Now the whole reason for doing this was to transfer this to another rod, and that circle that has been left behind from being attached to the blowpipe is where we will begin to open this up, and that is the lip of our goblet. Now the glass that was still attached to the punchy rod is a little bit thicker, so we're going to pull some extra out and trim it off. So this tool that Ben just used is called a Sophietta. Now, this cup is no longer attached to a blowpipe, so to add a little bit more air, that is what that tool is used for. And it means little puff. So Sarah is now holding a wood paddle. It is helping block some of that heat from Ben's hand, but is making a nice flat top to our lip. Now we do go back and forth a lot from the glory hole, and the reason for that is glass needs to be at least 1,000 degrees to be worked with. If it drops below that temperature, we risk thermal shock and the piece will break, and then we'll have to start all over again. And that is it. Let's give our artists a hand. It is now our lunchtime, and we will see you back in about an hour.
Alfredo Barbini, a name revered in Murano, respected by glass lovers the world over. Alfredo was born on Murano in 1912 and has been working in glass all his life. Now, with his son Flavio, he continues to explore the endless possibilities of glass. Light streams through the tall windows in this ancient building, which was once a grand palazzo. Barbini uses canes too. The steps are familiar, but always new. Rolling on the marvering board, heating, shaping, blowing, ever changing. applying the ancient technique of filigree in a contemporary mode. The team has done much of the preliminary work for Barbini. He must conserve his strength for the critical moments in the making of this bowl. Alfredo is one of the artists most responsible for the development of a modern sensibility in the glass movement. He left behind the stereotypes of Murano glass and confronted the medium with a regard for form and function. Barbini prepares the piece and himself for the crucial last steps. With the full force of a young man, he swings the piece to achieve the desired effect of a falling handkerchief. A gesture perfected with time. The final touches are made. The measurements are correct. An artist fulfilled again. The furnace of Barbini is a family venture. In addition to Flavio, his sister Oceana handles the sales and administration. Working together as a family is the traditional Italian way. Alfredo and Flavio collaborate closely on all new designs. The drawing proceeds. The steps for the making of a glass centerpiece are reviewed. The base, the bowl, the rim. The virtue of simplicity. The realization begins. Barbini uses a very pure soda glass called Cristallo, first developed in Murano in the 14th century. It has remarkable clarity and sparkle. Barbini shapes and forms and measures and turns. His team watches and learns as he pushes the medium to its limits. His control of the vitreous material is perfect. He is clearly a master, whose talent and authority are undisputed. A master of Murano.
Ferma, non muoverti, ferma. Cade, dai, cade, su, cade. Ferma, non troppo. È una lingua, dico internazionale, perché riesco a parlare qualsiasi lingua anche se non apro la bocca. Se sono in Cina, se sono in Giappone, se sono in America, io comunque riesco a comunicare, parlare con la gente con le cose che faccio. Dai! cosa bella e la cosa che io ricordo sempre è stato che io giocavo nell'erba da bambino, avevo 5 anni, e giocando un pezzo di vetro, perché Murano è fatta su vetro, un pezzo di vetro ha tagliato la mia gamba e mia madre subito ha detto: oh Pino, il vetro ti è entrato nel sangue. Una passione del lavoro me l'ha data mia madre, che era una donna molto forte, e mio padre si è arrabbiato, chiaramente non voleva.
Ok, I like it. So fruit, you look fruit.
Sono andato in questa fornace la prima volta per lavorare, quasi per gioco, no? Avevo 6-7 anni, forse 8. E la mia prima paga è stata una bottiglia di Coca-Cola, piccola, ricordo ancora questo particolare, che era una cosa, c'era lusso, era una cosa che costava tanti soldi quel tempo, no? Per me era un grande regalo. Io ho cominciato a fare le mie prime cose perché vedevo i lavori che facevano i maestri quando usciva la tempera, no? Io vedevo queste piccole figure, cose, e alla notte, per rimanere sveglio, giocavo con questo vetro, ma tutto di nascosto, ok? E facevo queste piccole cose, poi le mettevo sopra il forno, non in tempera perché era chiusa chiaramente, e alla mattina portavo via questi pezzi quasi sempre rotti, li portavo a casa. Poi un giorno mi sono dimenticato, non lo so come, e non ho portato a casa il pezzo, perché avevo fatto una piccola figura, ho giocato un po', e il mio direttore ha visto questa cosa e ha chiesto chi è stato a fare questa cosa al mio capo. Okay? Padrone, direttore, no? Mi ha chiamato, ha detto: sei stato tu? E io ho detto sì, e pensavo adesso mi mandano via, perché non si poteva giocare, non si poteva toccare i ferri dei maestri, era proibito, era una cosa molto terribile per quel tempo. E allora lui mi ha detto: ok, tu domani vai a lavorare in artistico, fornace di artistico con il maestro Nason, Hermano Nason. E questo è stato il mio primo passo importante. Io credo che sia molto importante lavorare vicino a un grande maestro e poter avere la fortuna di veder lui lavorare, perché è una scuola unica, un'unica scuola, non c'è studio, non c'è diploma, non c'è niente, tu devi lavorare vicino a un maestro. La lingua degli occhi, perché quando io guardo la gente che sta facendo un pezzo, io parlo con loro e capisco se cosa piace, non piace, se sono stupiti, se sono meravigliati. Basta guardare gli occhi, non occorre parlare. Il silenzio della creatività. La mia storia continua con Barbini. Uscito da Mazzega sono andato da Barbini. Alfredo, un altro grandissimo maestro, una grande persona, una grande personalità, è un inventore del mascello, del vetro pieno. Non potevi sbagliare, Però se tu seguivi lui e stavi attento, sicuramente diventavi un bravo maestro. Quando ho vinto il mio primo premio, che avevo 18 anni, 19. Ho vinto la Rosa d'Oro, che è un premio internazionale, e Barbini mi ha scritto un telegramma bellissimo che ho ancora messo via. E lui mi amava, veramente mi voleva bene. Lui ha detto di me in un'intervista alla televisione giapponese, e hanno chiesto cosa pensa di Pino lui come maestro, come nuova generazione di maestri, e lui ha detto uno come Pino nasce ogni 100 anni, vuol dire che sono molto raro. Per me era un premio grandissimo, non c'erano soldi o medaglie o diplomi, questa era stata la cosa più bella che abbia mai ricevuto nella mia vita, un complimento da un grande maestro, così era il massimo. Beh, è un'unione, no? Il cervello trasmette quello che le mani devono fare e le mani devono accontentare quello che vuole il cervello, perciò è una collaborazione, non si può stare senza il cervello e avere solo le mani, ma devi avere il cervello, soprattutto il cervello è quello che ti dà le direzioni. Poi c'è il cuore è un altro cervello, molto delicato. Infatti quando si rompe un pezzo o quando lo perdi per terra non è il cervello che piange, è il cuore che piange, nel caso mio. Io soffro quando vedo un pezzo andare per terra, il cervello non mi frega un cazzo, non mi frega niente. La voglia di reagire e dire no, caspita, non deve essere così, devo rifarlo, devo riparare, è anche una cosa molto che mi stimola, perché ricostruire mi sento un po' come un chirurgo, no? Un dottore che fa un'operazione, quando il pezzo è rotto io devo aggiustarlo, è come mettere a posto una gamba a una persona o un braccio che si è rotto, con la stessa professionalità, con la stessa emozione. Descrivere tutti i miei pezzi, dire cosa ho fatto, cosa non ho fatto è molto lungo. Cosa che mi piace, comunque mi piace cominciare con il vetro. Non è che ho preferenze per certi pezzi, sì o no. Quando io comincio qualcosa con il vetro c'è già la mia scrittura. C'è passione, non c'è, sono nato, io sono fatto di vetro. Io mangio, bevo, vivo di vetro. E cresce tutto con me, sta crescendo con me. Cresciuto con me, io sono fatto di vetro. Faccio parte di 1000 passa anni di vetro, anch'io adesso. Io continuo questa storia di 1000 anni. Infatti quando si rompe un pezzo o quando lo perdi per terra non è il cervello che piange, è il cuore che piange, nel caso mio. Io soffro quando vedo un pezzo andare per terra, il cervello non mi frega un cazzo, non mi frega niente. La voglia di reagire e dire no, caspita, non deve essere così, devo rifarlo, devo riparare, è anche una cosa molto che mi stimola, perché ricostruire mi sento un po' come un chirurgo, no? Un dottore che fa un'operazione, quando il pezzo è rotto io devo aggiustarlo, è come mettere a posto una gamba a una persona o un braccio che si è rotto, con la stessa professionalità, con le stesse emozioni.
Alfredo Barbini, a name revered in Murano, respected by glass lovers the world over. Alfredo was born on Murano in 1912 and has been working in glass all his life. Now, with his son Flavio, he continues to explore the endless possibilities of glass. Light streams through the tall windows in this ancient building, which was once a grand palazzo. Barbini uses canes too. The steps are familiar, but always new. Rolling on the marvering board, heating, shaping, blowing, ever-changing. Applying the ancient technique of filigree in a contemporary mode. The team has done much of the preliminary work for Barbini. He must conserve his strength for the critical moments in the making of this bowl. Alfredo is one of the artists most responsible for the development of a modern sensibility in the glass movement. He left behind the stereotypes of Murano glass and confronted the medium with a regard for form and function. Barbini prepares the piece and himself for the crucial last steps. With the full force of a young man, he swings the piece to achieve the desired effect of a falling handkerchief. A gesture perfected with time. approaches are made. The measurements are correct. An artist fulfilled again. The furnace of Barbini is a family venture. In addition to Flavio, his sister Oceana handles the sales and administration. Working together as a family is the traditional Italian way. Alfredo and Flavio collaborate closely on all new designs. The drawing proceeds. The steps for the making of a glass centerpiece are reviewed. The base, the bowl, the rim. The virtue of simplicity. The realization begins. Barbini uses a very pure soda glass called Cristallo, first developed in Murano in the 14th century. It has remarkable clarity and sparkle. Barbini shapes and forms and measures and turns. His team watches and learns as he pushes the medium to its limits. His control of the vitreous material is perfect. He is clearly a master, whose talent and authority are undisputed. A master of Murano.
Ferma, non muoverti, ferma. Cade, dai, cade, su, cade. Ferma, non troppo.
È una lingua, dico internazionale perché riesco a parlare qualsiasi lingua anche se non apro la bocca. Se sono in Cina, se sono in Giappone, se sono in America, io comunque riesco a comunicare, parlare con la gente, con le cose che faccio.
Dai.
La cosa bella e la cosa che io ricordo sempre è stato che io giocavo nell'erba da bambino, avevo 5 anni e giocando un pezzo di vetro, perché Murano è fatta su vetro, un pezzo di vetro ha tagliato la mia gamba e mia madre subito ha detto: oh Pino, il vetro ti è entrato nel sangue. La passione del lavoro me l'ha data mia madre, che era una donna molto forte. E mio padre si è arrabbiato, chiaramente non voleva.
Ok. I like it. Some fruit. You look fruit.
Sono andato in questa fornace la prima volta per lavorare, quasi per gioco, no? Avevo 6-7 anni, forse 8. E la mia prima paga è stata una bottiglia di Coca-Cola, piccola, ricordo ancora questo particolare, che era una cosa, c'era lusso, era una cosa che costava tanti soldi quel tempo, no? Per me era un grande regalo. Io ho cominciato a fare le mie prime cose perché vedevo i lavori che facevano i maestri, quando usciva la tempera, no? Io vedevo queste piccole figure, cose, e alla notte, per rimanere sveglio, giocavo con questo vetro, ma tutto di nascosto, ok? E facevo queste piccole cose, poi le mettevo sopra il forno, non in tempera perché era chiusa chiaramente, e alla mattina portavo via questi pezzi quasi sempre rotti, li portavo a casa. Poi un giorno mi sono dimenticato, non lo so come, e non ho portato a casa il pezzo, avevo fatto una piccola figura, ho giocato un po', e il mio direttore ha visto questa cosa e ha chiesto chi è stato a fare questa cosa al mio capo. Okay? Il padrone, il direttore, no? Mi ha chiamato, ha detto sei stato tu? E io ho detto sì, e pensavo adesso mi mandano via, perché non si poteva giocare, non si poteva toccare i ferri dei maestri, era proibito, era una cosa molto terribile per quel tempo. E allora lui mi ha detto ok, tu domani vai a lavorare in artistico, formarsi di artistico con il maestro Nason, Hermano Nason. E questo è stato il mio primo passo importante, io credo che sia molto importante lavorare vicino a un grande maestro e poter avere la fortuna di veder lui lavorare, perché è una scuola unica, un'unica scuola, non c'è studio, non c'è diploma, non c'è niente, tu devi lavorare vicino a un maestro. La lingua degli occhi, perché quando io guardo la gente che sta facendo un pezzo, io parlo con loro e capisco se cosa piace, non piace, se sono stupiti, se sono meravigliati, basta guardare gli occhi, non occorre parlare. Il silenzio della creatività. La mia storia continua con Barbini. Uscito da Mazzega sono andato da Barbini, Alfredo, un altro grandissimo maestro, una grande persona, una grande personalità, è un inventore del massello, del vetro pieno. Non potevi sbagliare, però se tu seguivi lui e stavi attento sicuramente diventavi un bravo maestro. Quando ho vinto il mio primo premio, che avevo 18 anni, 19, ho vinto la Rosa d'Oro, che è un premio internazionale, e Barbini mi ha scritto un telegramma bellissimo che ho ancora messo via. E lui mi amava, veramente mi voleva bene. Lui ha detto di me in un'intervista alla televisione giapponese, e hanno chiesto cosa pensa di Pino lui come maestro, come nuova generazione di maestri, e lui ha detto uno come Pino nasce ogni 100 anni, vuol dire che sono molto raro. Per me era un premio grandissimo, non c'erano soldi o medaglie o diplomi, questa è stata la cosa più bella che abbia mai ricevuto nella mia vita, un complimento da un grande maestro. Così era il massimo. Beh, è un'unione, no? Il cervello trasmette quello che le mani devono fare e le mani devono accontentare quello che vuole il cervello. Perciò è una collaborazione, non si può stare senza il cervello e avere solo le mani. Ma devi avere il cervello, soprattutto il cervello è quello che ti dà le direzioni. Poi c'è il cuore è un altro cervello, molto delicato. Infatti quando si rompe un pezzo o quando lo pari per terra non è il cervello che piange, è il cuore che piange, nel caso mio. Io soffro quando vedo un pezzo andare per terra, il cervello non mi frega un cazzo, non mi frega niente. La voglia di reagire e dire no, caspita, non deve essere così, devo rifarlo, devo riparare, è anche una cosa molto che mi stimola, perché ricostruire mi sento un po' come un chirurgo, no? Un dottore che fa un'operazione, quando il pezzo è rotto io devo aggiustarlo, è come mettere a posto una gamba a una persona o un braccio che si è rotto, con la stessa professionalità, con la stessa emozione. Scrivere tutti i miei pezzi, dire cosa ho fatto, cosa non ho fatto è molto lungo. Cosa che mi piace, comunque mi piace cominciare con il vetro. Non è che ho preferenze per certi pezzi, sì o no. Quando io comincio qualcosa con il vetro c'è già la mia scultura. C'è passione, non c'è, sono nato, io sono fatto di vetro, io mangio, bevo, vivo di vetro. E cresce tutto con me, sta crescendo con me, è cresciuto con me, io sono fatto di vetro. Faccio parte di 1000 passa anni di vetro, anch'io adesso. Io continuo questa storia di 1000 anni. Infatti quando si rompe un pezzo o quando lo pari per terra non è il cervello che piange, è il cuore che piange, nel caso mio. Io soffro quando vedo un pezzo andare per terra, il cervello non mi frega un cazzo, non mi frega niente. la voglia di reagire e dire no, caspita, non deve essere così, devo rifarlo, devo riparare, è anche una cosa molto che mi stimola, perché ricostruire mi sento un po' come un chirurgo, no? Un dottore che fa un'operazione, quando il pezzo è rotto io devo aggiustarlo, è come mettere a posto una gamba a una persona o un braccio che si è rotto, con la stessa professionalità, con le stesse emozioni.
Alfredo Barbini, a name revered in Murano, respected by glass lovers the world over. Alfredo was born on Murano in 1912 and has been working in glass all his life. Now, with his son Flavio, he continues to explore the endless possibilities of glass. Light streams through the tall windows in this ancient building, which was once a grand palazzo. Barbini uses canes too. The steps are familiar, but always new. Rolling on the marvering board, heating, shaping, blowing, ever-changing. Applying the ancient technique of filigree in a contemporary mode. The team has done much of the preliminary work for Barbini. He must conserve his strength for the critical moments in the making of this bowl. Alfredo is one of the artists most responsible for the development of a modern sensibility in the glass movement. He left behind the stereotypes of Murano glass and confronted the medium with a regard for form and function. Barbini prepares the piece and himself for the crucial last steps. With the full force of a young man, he swings the piece to achieve the desired effect of a falling handkerchief. A gesture perfected with time. The final touches are made. The measurements are correct. An artist fulfilled again. The furnace of Barbini is a family venture. In addition to Flavio, his sister Oceana handles the sales and administration. Working together as a family is the traditional Italian way. Alfredo and Flavio collaborate closely on all new designs. The drawing proceeds. The steps for the making of a glass centerpiece are reviewed. The base, the bowl, the rim. The virtue of simplicity. The realization begins. Barbini uses a very pure soda glass called Cristallo, first developed in Murano in the 14th century. It has remarkable clarity and sparkle. Barbini shapes and forms and measures and turns. His team watches and learns as he pushes the medium to its limits. His control of the vitreous material is perfect. He is clearly a master, whose talent and authority are undisputed. A master of Murano.
Ferma, non muoverti, ferma. Cade, dai, cade adesso, cade. Ferma, non troppo.
È una lingua, io dico internazionale perché riesco a parlare qualsiasi lingua anche se non apro la bocca. Se sono in Cina, se sono in Giappone, se sono in America, io comunque riesco a comunicare, parlare con la gente con le cose che faccio.
Dai.
La cosa bella e la cosa che io ricordo sempre è stato che io giocavo nell'erba da bambino, avevo 5 anni e giocando un pezzo di vetro, perché Murano è fatta su vetro, un pezzo di vetro ha tagliato la mia gamba e mia madre subito ha detto: oh Pino, il vetro ti è entrato nel sangue. E una passione del lavoro me l'ha data mia madre, che era una donna molto forte. E mio padre si è arrabbiato, chiaramente non voleva.
Ok. I like it. So fruit. You look fruit.
Sono andato in questa fornace la prima volta per lavorare, quasi per gioco, no? Avevo 6-7 anni, forse 8. E la mia prima paga è stata una bottiglia di Coca-Cola, piccola, ricordo ancora questo particolare, che era una cosa, c'era lusso, era una cosa che costava tanti soldi quel tempo, no? Per me era un grande regalo. Io ho cominciato a fare le mie prime cose perché vedevo i lavori che facevano i maestri quando usciva la tempera, no? Io vedevo queste piccole figure, cose, e alla notte per rimanere sveglio giocavo con questo vetro, ma tutto di nascosto, ok? E facevo queste piccole cose, poi le mettevo sopra il forno, non in tempera perché era chiusa chiaramente, e alla mattina portavo via questi pezzi quasi sempre rotti, li portavo a casa. Poi un giorno mi sono dimenticato, non lo so come, e non ho portato a casa il pezzo, perché avevo fatto una piccola figura, ho giocato un po', e il mio direttore ha visto questa cosa e ha chiesto chi è stato a fare questa cosa al mio capo. Okay? Padrone, direttore, no? Mi ha chiamato, ha detto: sei stato tu? E io ho detto sì, e pensavo adesso mi mandano via, perché non si poteva giocare, non si poteva toccare i ferri dei maestri, era proibito, era una cosa molto terribile per quel tempo. E allora lui mi ha detto detto ok, tu domani vai a lavorare in artistico, formarsi di artistico con un maestro Nason, Hermano Nason. E questo è stato il mio primo passo importante. Io credo che sia molto importante lavorare vicino a un grande maestro e poter avere la fortuna di veder lui lavorare, perché è una scuola unica, un'unica scuola, non c'è studio, non c'è diploma, non c'è niente, tu devi lavorare vicino a un maestro. La lingua degli occhi, perché quando io guardo la gente che sta facendo un pezzo, io parlo con loro e capisco se cosa piace, non piace, se sono stupiti, se sono meravigliati. Basta guardare gli occhi, non occorre parlare. Il silenzio della creatività. La mia storia continua con Barbini. Uscito da Mazzega sono andato da Barbini. Alfredo, un altro grandissimo maestro, una grande persona, una grande personalità, è un inventore del mascello, del vetro pieno. Non potevi sbagliare, però se tu seguivi lui e stavi attento sicuramente diventavi un bravo maestro. Quando ho vinto il mio primo premio, che avevo 18 anni, 19, ho vinto la Rosa d'Oro, che è un premio internazionale, e Barbini mi ha scritto un telegramma bellissimo che ho ancora messo via. E lui mi amava, veramente mi voleva bene. Lui ha detto di me in un'intervista alla televisione giapponese, e hanno chiesto cosa pensa di Pino lui come maestro, come nuova generazione di maestri. E lui ha detto, oh, uno come Pino nasce ogni 100 anni, vuol dire che sono molto raro. Per me era un premio grandissimo, non c'erano soldi o medaglie o diplomi. Questa è stata la cosa più bella che abbia mai ricevuto nella mia vita. Un complimento da un grande maestro, così era il massimo. Beh, è un'unione, no? Il cervello trasmette quello che le mani devono fare e le mani devono accontentare quello che vuole il cervello. Perciò è una collaborazione, non si può stare senza il cervello e avere solo le mani. Ma devi avere il cervello, soprattutto il cervello è quello che ti dà le direzioni. Poi c'è il cuore è un altro cervello, molto delicato. Infatti quando si rompe un pezzo o quando lo perdi per terra non è il cervello che piange, è il cuore che piange, nel caso mio. Io soffro quando vedo un pezzo andare per terra, il cervello non mi frega un cazzo, non mi frega niente. La voglia di reagire e dire no, caspita, non deve essere così, devo rifarlo, devo riparare, è anche una cosa molto che mi stimola, perché ricostruire mi sento un po' come un chirurgo, no? Un dottore che fa un'operazione, quando il pezzo è rotto io devo aggiustarlo, è come mettere a posto una gamba a una persona o un braccio che si è rotto, con la stessa professionalità, con la stessa emozione. descrivere tutti i miei pezzi, dire cosa ho fatto, cosa non ho fatto è molto lungo. Cosa che mi piace, comunque mi piace cominciare con il vetro. Non è che ho preferenze per certi pezzi, sì o no. Quando io comincio qualcosa con il vetro c'è già la mia scultura. Non c'è passione, non c'è, sono nato, io sono fatto di vetro. Io mangio, bevo, vivo di vetro. E cresce tutto con me, sta crescendo con me, è cresciuto con me, io sono fatto di vetro. Faccio parte di 1000 passa anni di vetro, anch'io adesso. Io continuo questa storia di 1000 anni. Infatti quando si rompe un pezzo o quando lo perdi per terra non è il cervello che piange, è il cuore che piange, nel caso mio. Io soffro quando vedo un pezzo andare per terra, il cervello non mi frega un cazzo, non mi frega niente. La voglia di reagire e dire no, caspita, non deve essere così, devo rifarlo, devo riparare, è anche una cosa molto che mi stimola, perché ricostruire mi sento un po' come un chirurgo, no? Un dottore che fa un'operazione, quando il pezzo è rotto io devo aggiustarlo, è come mettere a posto una gamba a una persona o un braccio che si è rotto, con la stessa professionalità, con le stesse emozioni.
Alfredo Barbini, a name revered in Murano, respected by glass lovers the world over. Alfredo was born on Murano in 1912 and has been working in glass all his life. Now, with his son Flavio, he continues to explore the endless possibilities of glass. Light streams through the tall windows in this ancient building, which was once a grand palazzo. Barbini uses canes too. The steps are familiar, but always new. Rolling on the marvering board, heating, shaping, blowing, ever-changing. Applying the ancient technique of filigree in a contemporary mode. The team has done much of the preliminary work for Barbini. He must conserve his strength for the critical moments in the making of this bowl. Alfredo is one of the artists most responsible for the development of a modern sensibility in the glass movement. He left behind the stereotypes of Murano glass and confronted the medium with a regard for form and function. Barbini prepares the piece and himself for the crucial last steps. With the full force of a young man, he swings the piece to achieve the desired effect of a falling handkerchief. A gesture perfected with time. The final touches are made. The measurements are correct. An artist fulfilled again. The furnace of Barbini is a family venture. In addition to Flavio, his sister Oceana handles the sales and administration. Working together as a family is the traditional Italian way. Alfredo and Flavio collaborate closely on all new designs. The drawing proceeds. The steps for the making of a glass centerpiece are reviewed. The base, the bowl, the rim. The virtue of simplicity. The realization begins. Barbini uses a very pure soda glass called Cristallo, first developed in Murano in the 14th century. It has remarkable clarity and sparkle. Barbini shapes and forms and measures and turns. His team watches and learns as he pushes the medium to its limits. His control of the vitreous material is perfect. He is clearly a master, whose talent and authority are undisputed. A master of Murano.
Ferma, non muoverti, ferma. Cade, dai, cade, su, cade. Ferma, non troppo.
È una lingua, io dico internazionale perché riesco a parlare qualsiasi lingua anche se non apro la bocca. Se sono in Cina, se sono in Giappone, se sono in America, io comunque riesco a comunicare, parlare con la gente, con le cose che faccio.
Dai.
bella e la cosa che io ricordo sempre è stato che io giocavo nell'erba da bambino, avevo 5 anni, e giocando un pezzo di vetro, perché Murano è fatta sul vetro, un pezzo di vetro ha tagliato la mia gamba e mia madre subito ha detto: oh Pino, il vetro ti è entrato nel sangue. La passione del lavoro me l'ha data mia madre, che era una donna molto forte, e mio padre si è arrabbiato, chiaramente non voleva.
Ok, I like it. Some fruit. You look fruit.
Sono andato in questa fornace la prima volta per lavorare, quasi per gioco, no? Avevo 6-7 anni, forse 8. E la mia prima paga è stata una bottiglia di Coca-Cola, piccola, ricordo ancora questo particolare, che era una cosa, c'era lusso, era una cosa che costava tanti soldi quel tempo, no? Per me era un grande regalo. Io ho cominciato a fare le mie prime cose perché vedevo i lavori che facevano i maestri quando usciva la tempera, no? Io vedevo queste piccole figure, cose, e alla notte, per rimanere sveglio, giocavo con questo vetro, ma tutto di nascosto, ok? E facevo queste piccole cose, poi le mettevo sopra il forno, non in tempera perché era chiusa chiaramente, e alla mattina portavo via questi pezzi quasi sempre rotti, li portavo a casa. Poi un giorno mi sono dimenticato, non lo so come, e non ho portato a casa il pezzo, avevo fatto una piccola figura, ho giocato un po', e il mio direttore ha visto questa cosa e ha chiesto chi è stato a fare questa cosa al mio capo. Il padrone, il direttore, no? Mi ha chiamato, ha detto: sei stato tu? E io ho detto sì, e pensavo adesso mi mandano via, perché non si poteva giocare, non si poteva toccare i ferri dei maestri, era proibito, era una cosa molto terribile per quel tempo. E allora lui mi ha detto: ok, tu domani vai a lavorare in artistico, fornace di artistico con il maestro Nason, Hermano Nason. E questo è stato il mio primo passo importante. Io credo che sia molto importante lavorare vicino a un grande maestro e poter avere la fortuna di veder lui lavorare, perché è una scuola unica, un'unica scuola, non c'è studio, non c'è diploma, non c'è niente, tu devi lavorare vicino a un maestro. La lingua degli occhi, perché quando io guardo la gente che sta facendo un pezzo, io parlo con loro e capisco se cosa piace, non piace, se sono stupiti, se sono meravigliati. Basta guardare gli occhi, non occorre parlare. Il silenzio della creatività. La mia storia continua con Barbini. Uscito da Mazzega sono andato da Barbini, Alfredo, un altro grandissimo maestro, una grande persona, una grande personalità, è un inventore del massello, del vetro pieno. Non potevi sbagliare, però se tu seguivi lui e stavi attento, sicuramente diventavi un bravo maestro. Quando ho vinto il mio primo premio, che avevo 18 anni, 2019. Ho vinto la Rosa d'Oro, che è un premio internazionale, e Barbini mi ha scritto un telegramma bellissimo che ho ancora messo via. E lui mi amava, veramente mi voleva bene. Lui ha detto di me in un'intervista alla televisione giapponese, e hanno chiesto cosa pensa di Pino lui come maestro, come nuova generazione di maestri, e lui ha detto uno come Pino nasce ogni 100 anni, vuol dire che sono molto raro. Per me era un premio grandissimo, non c'erano soldi o medaglie o diplomi, questa era stata la cosa più bella che abbia mai ricevuto nella mia vita, un complimento da un grande maestro, così era il massimo. Beh, è un'unione, no? Il cervello trasmette quello che le mani devono fare e le mani devono accontentare quello che vuole il cervello, perciò è una collaborazione, non si può stare senza il cervello e avere solo le mani, ma devi avere il cervello, soprattutto il cervello è quello che ti dà le direzioni. Poi c'è il cuore è un altro cervello, molto delicato. Infatti quando si rompe un pezzo o quando lo perdi per terra non è il cervello che piange, è il cuore che piange, nel caso mio. Io soffro quando vedo un pezzo andare per terra, il cervello non mi frega un cazzo, non mi frega niente. La voglia di reagire e dire no, caspita, non deve essere così, devo rifarlo, devo riparare, è anche una cosa molto che mi stimola, perché ricostruire mi sento un po' come un chirurgo, no? Un dottore che fa un'operazione, quando il pezzo è rotto io devo aggiustarlo, è come mettere a posto una gamba a una persona o un braccio che si è rotto, con la stessa professionalità, con la stessa emozione. Descrivere tutti i miei pezzi, dire cosa ho fatto, cosa non ho fatto è molto lungo. Cosa che mi piace, comunque mi piace cominciare con il vetro. Non è che ho preferenze per certi pezzi, sì o no. Quando io comincio qualcosa con il vetro c'è già la mia scultura. C'è passione, non c'è, sono nato, io sono fatto di vetro, io mangio, bevo, vivo di vetro. E cresce tutto con me, sta crescendo con me, è cresciuto con me, io sono fatto di vetro. Faccio parte di 1000 passa anni di vetro, anch'io adesso. Io continuo questa storia di 1000 anni. Infatti quando si rompe un pezzo o quando lo perdi per terra non è il cervello che piange, è il cuore che piange, nel caso mio. Io soffro quando vedo un pezzo andare per terra, il cervello non mi frega un cazzo, non mi frega niente. La voglia di reagire e dire no, caspita, non deve essere così, devo rifarlo, devo riparare, è anche una cosa molto che mi stimola, perché ricostruire mi sento un po' come un chirurgo, no? Un dottore che fa un'operazione, quando il pezzo è rotto io devo aggiustarlo, è come mettere a posto una gamba a una persona o un braccio che si è rotto, con la stessa professionalità, con le stesse emozioni.
Alfredo Barbini, a name revered in Murano, respected by glass lovers the world over. Alfredo was born on Murano in 1912 and has been working in glass all his life. Now, with his son Flavio, he continues to explore the endless possibilities of glass. Light streams through the tall windows in this ancient building, which was once a grand palazzo. Barbini uses canes too. The steps are familiar, but always new. Rolling on the marvering board, heating, shaping, blowing, ever changing. Applying the ancient technique of filigree in a contemporary mode. The team has done much of the preliminary work for Barbini. He must conserve his strength for the critical moments in the making of this bowl. Alfredo is one of the artists most responsible for the development of a modern sensibility in the glass movement. He left behind the stereotypes of Murano glass and confronted the medium with a regard for form and function. Barbini prepares the piece and himself for the crucial last steps. With the full force of a young man, he swings the piece to achieve the desired effect of a falling handkerchief. A gesture perfected with time. final touches are made. The measurements are correct. An artist fulfilled again. The furnace of Barbini is a family venture. In addition to Flavio, his sister Oceana handles the sales and administration. Working together as a family is the traditional Italian way. Alfredo and Flavio collaborate closely on all new designs. The drawing proceeds. The steps for the making of a glass centerpiece are reviewed. The base, the bowl, the rim. The virtue of simplicity. The realization begins. Barbini uses a very pure soda glass called Cristallo, first developed in Murano in the 14th century. It has remarkable clarity and sparkle. Barbini shapes and forms and measures and turns. His team watches and learns as he pushes the medium to its limits. His control of the vitreous material is perfect. He is clearly a master, whose talent and authority are undisputed. A master of Murano.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us here in the Hot Shop. My name is Michelle. I will be your MC for the afternoon. Now, what we are going to do today is make goblets for our red hot auction. Can we pull that slide up? Now, each year we make 50 limited edition decanters and goblets. The goblets are what we are currently working on. Now, this is the biggest fundraiser we have of the year. Why don't we take a look at some of our previous decanters? So earlier, what our team members were doing, we created a longer version of what I have in my hand. This is called a supio, or a cup, or a blank. And imagine a elongated version of this. And then we began to pinch off little smaller sized cups, and they are sitting in the garage over here. Now Gabe is picking one of these up from the garage. And this is how we will begin the process of our goblets. Now these cups are the actual cup portion of the goblet. We will start there, put them back, and then finish the rest of our goblet. Can we see our goblet slide? So yes, we are going to create the bowl and the avolio, and then put it away for a brief moment and begin to make the optic ball, the stem, and the foot of our glass. And if you have any questions, please feel free to raise your hand. I would love to answer them. Now we are going to heat this up a little bit, and while we do, why don't I give you the rundown on how all of this happens. So from the very beginning, we have our furnace. There are two on the floor. Now it runs 24/7. It's on at 1 a.m. It's on at 1 in the afternoon. It's going to be on when you're all home having dinner. It's going to be on when some of you take a restroom break at midnight. And it holds, each of these can hold approximately 1,000 pounds of molten glass. And it sits at 2,100 degrees. Now this all begins by our artists will take that blowpipe, dip it into the furnace. They will gather a small portion of glass. They will blow an air bubble into that. It looks similar to a small balloon. Now today, how this process went was we added color, which all the glass from the furnace is clear, by the way. Now for the cup portion, we used color bar. For the foot, we have been using frit, and frit is what is in these two bowls on the table. Looks a little bit like gravel, not as small as sand, but it's essentially a crumbled up version of our color bar. Now this is eventually going to be our goblet cup. And where Ben is at right now, this is called the glory hole. Now this is just a reheating chamber. Now both the furnace and glory hole are powered by natural gas and forced air. It's a little bit hotter than the furnace. It sits at 2,300 degrees. And we do not grab or gather our glass from there. It is just used to reheat it.
What temperature is your glory hole?
2,300. So the glory hole is directly behind me. It is the hottest looking piece of equipment, and the furnace is this large tank. Now there are two furnaces. There are also two glory holes on right now, and they are the same. The only difference between them is the size of the door openings. So the tool in Ben's hand, these are called jacks, and he has created a jack line. Now, this is a line of tension, and what is currently still attached to the blowpipe is the lip of our glass, so eventually we're going to have to remove that, and in order to do that, we need to create this jack line. What's going to happen is someone is going to get a small gather of glass on the end of another rod, attach it to the other end, and we will break this piece off at that jack line from the blowpipe. And then the little circle that has been left behind will become the lip of our glass. Now we are going to shape this a little more, and since we have a bunch of these ready to go, you have missed how we added color. Now for this portion, the cup, we did use color bar. Can we play our color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So Gabe is currently standing at the glory hole. Ben is seated. Now, the piece of glass on the end of Gabe's rod is called the punty. That is that piece of glass in the rod we are going to stick to the other end of our glass. And we have just essentially transferred this to a second rod. So now we're going to begin to open up that little tiny hole that has been left from the blowpipe. Now you're going to see us bring this in and out of our reheating chamber quite often. Glass needs to be at a minimum of 1000 degrees to be worked with, so it's really important we maintain the temperature. So Ben has just pulled a little bit of the extra glass away. Since we have blown a bubble on the opposite end, when we switched it, the glass that was still attached to the blowpipe is a little bit thicker, so we'll thin it out, give it a nice trim. And if you have wondered if we recycle any of the glass you see fall on the floor, the answer is no. The only glass we recycle is these kegs you see around the hot shop. Now the tool we just watched Ben use, this is called a sophietta. It means little puff. And now our piece is no longer on a blowpipe, so it's a little hard to blow air into through a solid steel rod. So that tool just allows him to add a little bit more air. And we just saw the caliper, and this is to make sure that each of these will be the same size. Personally, I think they could eyeball it, but you know, you want to be sure. Now it is Friday, so if any of you have a interest or desire to create something of your own in glass, we do have a slumping workshop tomorrow and Sunday. That's going to be from 11 to 4. So take a peek at that online on our website or go ask our front desk. So we will remove this from that rod and we are going to park it in the garage. Let's give him a hand. This is part 1. We have a whole other half to finish. Now Gabe just applied some color with frit. What we are making now is going to be the foot of our glass. So the table that we are using is called the marving table, and what Ben was doing is also called marving. Now, as the surface of that steel comes into contact with the glass, it starts to cool. And when Ben blows that bubble, where it is still hottest, it is going to expand even more. So what we're seeing on the bottom right hand of the screen, that is called an optic mold. And if you have taken a look at any of these goblets, you have noticed these optic balls, these pieces. Now they have a pumpkin skin-like texture to them. Can we pull up the optic mold slide? So as Ben places the bubble into our mold and blows into it, as he pulls it out, it's going to maintain that shape. Now this is just the first half of the rest of our goblet. Why don't we throw our goblet photo up one more time? So yeah, we've already finished the bowl and the Evolio piece. Now we are working on the optic ball and the rest is going to come. Now this piece we just added is going to be that glue that holds together our stem. So Sarah is dropping what will be the stem. And if you have been paying attention and you've been watching all of our artists' hands, you have noticed that we are continually turning the pipe or the rod the entire time we have it. Now, if we just held it in one position, that glass is so hot it's just going to fall off the end. So not only is he shaping this with the jacks in his hand, but he has to consistently turn the blowpipe the entire time. So this is the foot. Looks a lot like a teardrop right now, but it's going to be a foot. So, answering a couple questions, and one is, what do we do with the glass on the floor? Do we recycle it? We do not. Now, maybe some of you have had the same thought that I did, like, can I just have a little ball? Can I take one? No. I'm going to tell you why, and this matters because once we are finished with our goblet, it has to go somewhere, right? I mean, it might make sense, but we're not just going to sit it on my table and say it's good. I mean, it will be good for about 20 minutes before it shatters. The same concept applies to those little balls of glass. If glass cools off too quickly, it suffers from thermal shock and breaks. And those little balls of glass down there are like ticking time bombs. But once we have put this goblet together, it is going to go to the annealing oven. You know what? I'm going to be honest. I forgot which annealing oven we were using, but we're going to place it in there. The point of the annealing oven is it is going to safely and slowly cool our piece off over time. Now, this can take anywhere from 12 to 24 hours. A good rule of thumb is the larger the piece, the longer it's going to take. I have been told there are some pieces that have taken 3 days. I have heard the telescope lens that fits in the size of this building, not the one you spy on your neighbors with, that takes 18 months to anneal. So we have the bottom half of our goblet. Sarah is punching this. We've transferred it to the rod she has in her hand. And I see Gabe in the garage, which means there is a fully finished cup in there waiting for the rest of our goblet.
So I have to do the same thing like with steel.
We have a whole goblet now. Now, if you came in a little bit later, the reason we are making these goblets, can we pull up the red hot slide? So Red Hot is happening on September 24th. Now, each year we make 50 limited edition goblets and decanters. This year is the one to my right and on your left on this podium. So Ben is using a wooden paddle to help give that lip a little bit more flat surface. Now he's applying some water to that connection point. We'll pass it off to Gabe, and it is finished, and let's give everyone a hand. So if you missed any part in this, we are making them again. And by the way, we have all of the social media you can think of. So please share your photos and experience with us. And if you are going to take a trip around the gallery, we have the Barbini exhibit. They have different doors. Some open up top, some are from the side. Like this is a tiny one.
Are they kept at a
So if you are just joining us a little bit ago, actually, can we pull the slide up of the supio, our tube? So earlier we made a big tube, and what we broke off was just like in my hand, and these are going to become the cup portion of our goblets. So we have a couple of these parked in our garage. Can we show the goblet slide again? So what's going to happen is we'll make the bowl portion, and that little piece underneath it is called the avolio. We'll make that, put it in the garage, and continue with the rest of our piece. But right now, we have picked up one of these from the garage, and we are beginning to blow air into it and shape it into our goblet cup. Now, Ben has, actually, can we show the optic ball goblet slide? So this optic ball in the center, that is what Ben has on the end of his blowpipe. Ben is at the bench. Sarah is holding the pipe up, and Gabe is in front of our garage. So she has just dropped the stem. Now what is sitting in our garage is the bowl and the avolio together. Now, if you have ever wondered where our glass comes from, we've taken quite a bit of glass out of our furnace today. The process of filling it up is called charging the furnace. So we'll explain a little bit about how we fill it and what glass is made out of. Can we play the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So Gabe is about to create the foot of our goblet. Now we do have the cup portion parked in our garage. That is this big silver square piece of equipment to my left, or your left, my right. So we're going to trim off the excess we don't need. Oh. So we are going to start over. Now Ben has just picked up color that is called Color Frit. Can we show that Color Frit slide? Well, on the right corner of the screen in those bowls, right in front of where Ben has the glass currently, looks a little bit like pebbles. That is Color Frit. Now what I have in my hand is Color Bar. Essentially all Color Frit is a crumbled version of this. So the piece Ben is currently working on is called the optic ball. In all of the goblets we have on these podiums, you can see one in the middle. So once he's finished with that, we will add the stem onto this, finish with our foot, and then we'll bring the cup portion and the bottom half together for a whole glass. So Sarah is going to come in and we are going to add our stem. So where Gabe is at and in front of Ben is the same piece of equipment. They're the same temperature. The furnace is where the glass comes from, and it's a little less than the glory hole. So the glory holes are 2,300. The furnace is 2,100. So Gabe is at the first bench, the first glory hole currently, and what he has will eventually be the foot. Now Sarah's piece of glass, or her gather of glass, is going to be the glue that holds our foot onto the stem. Ben is using the jacks to help shape this, and Sarah was using a wooden paddle. This is our foot that Gabe is dropping on. So we just knocked a little bit of extra off, and it's back for a flash in the glory hole. If you are just joining us, we are almost finished with a goblet. We are creating the bottom half we just finished with the foot. The cup portion is in this piece of equipment next to me. This is called the garage. We are about to bring all the pieces together and have a complete goblet. So we are transferring this to Sarah's rod. The piece of glass on the end of her rod that is on the bottom of a foot is called a punty. It is a punty rod. It means to bridge. So we have broken it off of Ben's blowpipe. The reason for this is we have the foot on the bottom attached to a rod, and that open portion, the exposed portion, is where we are going to add our cup. Now the glass we are adding is going to be the glue to hold this all together. We now have a whole goblet. So when we are completely finished with this, we are going to go to the annealing oven on your right. Now, glass needs to be at a minimum of 1,000 degrees to be worked with, and the annealing oven sits at 910, so a little under where we want it. And there it is going to slowly and safely drop in temperature for about 24 hours. So Ben's going to add some water to this connection point. That will create some stress fractures, and once we give this a tap, we will pass it off to Gabe. Let's give our artists a hand. So if you missed that, we're going to do it again. Now, you will miss the cups being made. We have a few of these already in the garage, but you will be seeing the bottom half of the goblet being made. And I do see a couple of you staring at our ceiling. So our building does have a purpose for being a cone shape and tilted. That cone shape allows heat to rise above. And the reason we tilted it, it has a 17-degree tilt. Whoever designed this building figured out that if you did the leaning tower, it gave you a little bit more floor space. But the other reason the building is shaped like this is back in the day when you had wigwams in lumber yards and you had to burn all that scrap wood, that is what these were. That was the inspiration behind this building, was a wigwam. I believe it is 90 feet high. 90. Every time I say 900, I'm like, that can't be right. So we are making tubes right now. This matters later. I know it's not the most exciting part of creating a goblet, but what they're going to make is a really long version of what I have in my hand. And if you imagine this being attached to the blowpipe, what we're going to do is about this size is section them off as we go. And once we're done, we're going to park them in the garage. We do have a garage on the floor. That is this silver piece of equipment right here. And there they will sit, and we will start to create the bottom half of the goblets. So you have these optic balls, you have the stem and the foot. So once we make that, we will join them together, and poof, we have a goblet. But it makes it a little bit easier if you have a lot of these on deck. Now the process for this is Gabe is far over here on that first bench. Sarah is behind me. Now Gabe has the color white on the end of his blowpipe. Sarah has blue. She's going to drop her color bar over the bubble that Gabe has started, and that is how we got this teal color. And thank you for joining us. My name is Michelle. I will be your MC for the afternoon. For those of you who have just joined us, I will give you a little snippet of the beginning of how this whole process works. So, we have to begin somewhere. Right now, all of this glass starts out of the furnace. There are 2 on the floor. Now, they are on 24/7. And I really mean that. They're on at 1 a.m., they're on at 3 in the afternoon, they're on at 5 o'clock at night, they're on at 4 a.m., and each of them contains approximately 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and it sits at 2,100 degrees. Now, this all starts with the blowpipe. You dip it into the furnace. Now it's going to, As you dip the blowpipe into the furnace, we're going to gather a small amount of glass, blow a bubble of air into this to look similar to a balloon. That is about the point we add color. To get the cut portion of our goblet, we have been using color bar. For the foot and the optic ball in the middle, these 2 silver bowls on the table are filled with color frit. So if you could imagine crumbling up this color bar, that would essentially be color frit. To me, it reminds me of the neon pebbles that you've probably seen in a fish tank at some point in your life. Now it is important we maintain the temperature of the glass as we are working with it. So that brings me to this piece of equipment in front of me. This is called the glory hole. It is just a reheating chamber. It sits at 2,300 degrees. And there is no glass in here unless obviously we're reheating it, but that is not where the glass comes from. That is just the furnace. How often do we have to add more glass? So this is called charging the furnace, and once a week, once every 2 weeks. We get kind of like a cake mix, and then we dump it in there. And if you wondered what makes glass, it is silica sand soda ash, and lime. Thank you. If you have just joined us, what we are working on right now, they are doing some prep work to make goblets. What is happening on the first bench is going to look like a longer version of this yellow piece. And what will happen is it will be a long tube, and they'll section off pieces just like this, and they'll place them in this piece of equipment over here called the garage. So it makes it a little bit easier when you have a lot of these ready to go when you're making a bunch of goblets in one day. Better to have it and not eat it than need it and not have it. Now, the reason we are making goblets, there is the Red Hot event that is happening on September 24th. Now, every year we make 50 limited edition decanters and goblets. It is our biggest fundraising event of the year. And if this sounds like something you are interested in, definitely check it out online. We have artists donating pieces from all over the world for this auction. So glass moves where it is hottest. So as Gabe is using the fluffy torch on the end of this, gravity is naturally pulling it out. Now what Gabe has in his hand is actually some folded up newspaper that is wet. We don't want to light that poor man's hand on fire. So each cup, Gabe is going to take the jacks, that is the tool in his hand. He's going to create a line of tension, and that is where they're going to break off cup after cup. So if you are just joining us, thank you. What we're doing on this first bench is we've made a really long tube. And from that tube, we will create little cups just like this that we will keep in the garage until we're ready to use them. And they are going to become the cup portion of Goblets. Now we have the Red Hot fundraising event on September 24th. Each year we make 50 limited edition goblets and decanters. So this is our design for this year. So they will continue to take off the, I don't know, it looks about 2 to 3 inches of a cup until there's nothing left. And then we have a bunch of ready to go blanks in our garage, and we are ready to go on goblets. So essentially this is just some preparation work. So if you are just joining us, we are doing some preparation work. We've made a really long tube of glass, and we've been cutting about 2 to 3 inches off of it into like a cup. We have parked it in the garage, and there it is, a blank or a beginning for the goblets we are creating. So easier to have them on the ready than do it one at a time. So Ben is starting on the cup portion of our goblet. Now they look like this, so how we added the color, we did an opaque white and then a kind of a blue teal over the top, and that's what gave us this. So Sarah is seated. She's blowing into the pipe. What Ben had in his hand were jacks. He was using this tool to squeeze in a little pinched point into that bubble. That is where eventually we're going to break the bubble off of the blowpipe, which means the lip of the glass is what is attached to the blowpipe. So if you have just joined us, thank you. Ben is sitting, Sarah is at the bench beside him blowing into the blowpipe. They pulled a piece similar to this from the garage. Now the open portion of this is going to eventually become the lip of our goblet. Now the next piece we are going to add, this is called an avolio. In almost all of these goblets we see, you can see the cup portion, and there's a piece underneath that kind of looks like a dumbbell a little bit. That is what we are creating now, and once we're finished, we will park this in the garage, and then we are going to create the optic ball, the stem, and the foot. Once that's done, we will join these together, and poof, we have a complete goblet. How hot? Where Gabe is standing, that is the glory hole. That is the reheating chamber. It is just used to put the glass in there and bring it back up to the temperature we need it. It is 2,300 degrees. Now where the glass comes from is this large tank over here. This is called the furnace. It sits at 2,100 degrees. And all of the glass in there is clear. We add color a little bit later, and that furnace stays on 24/7, all the time. It's on Easter, it's on during Thanksgiving and Mother's Day and Father's Day. It's on at 2 a.m., it's on at 2 in the afternoon. We never shut it off. So we are working on goblets for the Red Hot auction. This is going to be September 24th. Now, every year we make 50 limited edition decanters and goblets to go with them. And right now we are working on the cup portion. We have now flipped this around so the lip of the glass is on the outermost portion of our pipe or rod. It is now on a rod instead of a blowpipe. So if you are just joining us, Ben is finishing the cup portion of our goblet. Then once we're done, we're going to put that away in the garage for a brief moment, and we'll begin to work on the bottom half. So we have the optic ball, the stem, and the foot. Now, if you have any questions, my name is Michelle, by the way. I'm your MC for the day. Please feel free to raise your hand, and I would love to answer them. So one cup down, I believe we are going to create another one. So there are two pieces of equipment. This is the furnace, and this is the glory hole, where the glass comes from, where we reheat the glass. 2100 degrees, 2300 degrees. And they're powered by natural gas and forced air, in a nutshell. So we are creating the cup portion of our decanter, and we're getting a couple of them ready. placing them in the garage, so that way we can start to work on a lot of the bottom portions, and most of it's already done, so a little bit of preparation work. So currently where we have this piece, that piece of equipment is called the glory hole. It is a reheating chamber. It is just used to reheat glass. To give you a quick overview, all of our glass comes from the furnace. We have 2 on the floor. Now this sits at 2100 degrees. Each of these can contain up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass. We have the glory hole next to it that is used to reheat the glass. It sits at 2300 degrees, and they are both powered by natural gas and forced air. Now right now what we are doing, Ben is seated, Sarah is blowing next on the rolly chair. Now Ben has created a jack line. The tool in his hands, these are called jacks. Now this is a line of tension. And to give you a better idea of where the cup is now, the lip is still attached to the blowpipe. I had to double check. It is. The lip is still attached to the blowpipe. And eventually we're going to need to break this off to begin to work on the other half. And that is the purpose of creating a jack line. That is where we are going to remove this later on and transfer this to a separate rod. So the next piece we are going to add to the bottom of this, on each of these, directly under the cup portion, there's a little piece of glass that's like a weight, but a lot shorter. Once we add this piece, the cup portion is done. We will place this in the garage. Then we will begin to make the optic ball. Add this last piece to help stick the stem on. Then we will add our foot. So creating a goblet is 2 parts. You're going to create the cup and the stem portion. So Gabe has what is called a punty. Punty means to bridge. Remember we talked about the jack line? That is where we broke this off. Now, what we did was we took a additional rod with the punty on it, stuck it to the other end of our piece, broke it off the first blowpipe, and now it's on a second rod. So now the hole that is left behind from the blowpipe is where we're going to open this up, and it will create a lip. We are about to put together a goblet. Now we are making goblets today for the Red Hot fundraiser at the end of the year. It's September 24th. Every year we make 50 limited edition decanters and goblets, and right now that is what we are working on. So we are beginning to open the cup portion of our goblet. You are just joining us. We are going to put together all the pieces of our goblet. So currently behind me, Gabe is creating the optic ball. It is this piece in the middle. Or for us on the other end, it is these middle pieces, but there's only going to be one. Right now, Ben is blowing this small bubble into an optic mold. That is what gives these optic balls a kind of a pumpkin skinned texture. Can we see our optic mold slide? Thank you. And to give a better idea of how we are creating our goblets, can we show the goblet slide with the optic ball? So we've made the bowl into folio. We are starting with the optic ball. We're going to add this disc. It's the glue that's going to help keep the stem to our ball. Then we will add the foot. Sarah is going to drop what will become our stem. We are about ready to put all the pieces of our goblet together. We're using this wooden paddle to help create a nice flat foot. We have our goblet together. The next place this is going to go is our annealing oven. Sarah is on the right-hand side. Now the annealing oven sits at 910 degrees, a little bit less than where we want the glass to be at to be worked with. And there it will slowly and safely drop in temperature and cool down for about 24 hours. We will add some water to that connection point. Then we'll pass it off to Gabe. Let's give our artists a hand. Colored frit. So it's pretty much like a color bar, but it is crumbled up, essentially. It is adding color. Ooh. I have a video, but I have to come back.
Powder is the smallest size of colored glass available and can be very versatile when used in the creation of artwork. Powder is made by crushing frit in a ball mill. When used like frit, the powder is rolled through, and the heat of the gather is enough to melt the color onto the surface. Powder can also be sifted onto the outside of a bubble or gather to create various densities of pigmentation and shading. The application of different color powders can create both abstract designs and naturalistic color patterns, such as the skin of animals. Powder can be melted smooth or left dry and cakey on the surface of the piece.
So, essentially, frit is a level between that color powder and the color bar. So if you are just joining us, we are making goblets. And I think we are starting all over. Now someone is going to pick up a tube similar to this in the garage. That is this piece of equipment right in front of me. And we are going to create the cup portion of the goblet first. Once we finish with the cup portion, we will begin with the optic ball, the stem, and the foot. Then we will put it together and poof, a whole goblet. So what Ben just did was dipped this bubble into an optic mold. That is what gives us these ridges, or on the optic balls, that illusion of like a pumpkin skin texture. So as he drops the bubble in and begins to blow air into the blowpipe, it starts to take the shape of the mold. It's a really tiny version of this. And that is the first piece for the beginning of the bottom of our goblet. We will add another little placement of glass that's going to be the glue bit that will hold our stem and optic ball together. Then we are going to create the foot. So Sarah is going to add our glue bit. So we have added our stem, which means Gabe is at the first glory hole, creating what is going to be our foot. The color is going to be like this, similar to this, or the ones on the table. So glass doesn't really show its true color until it's a little bit cool. There have been times I've actually seen when you heat the color white, it becomes clear, and then as it begins to cool down, it starts to cloudy into that white color. We're almost ready to add our foot. So we are dropping our foot on. So we have the bottom half of our goblet complete. We also have the cup in the garage, so it's time to bring them together. So once we are finished with this and we break it off of the rod it is on, we are going to go to the annealing oven where Sarah is standing. It sits at 910 degrees. And there the goblets are going to slowly and safely cool down for about 24 hours. And the reason we do this is, let's give them a hand. Now, if we didn't put them in the annealer and just left them on the counter or put them on the podium, they are not going to last very long. If glass cools down too quickly, it suffers from thermal shock and exactly what you think, it breaks. So Gabe is starting on another optic ball. We are making one more goblet. So we've added our stem. The next portion is the disc or the pad between the stem and our foot. And the foot is the final piece, and then we bring them all together again. So Gabe is preparing our foot. Here comes our foot.